Hi guys, can you hear me and see me? Or I guess please be careful on riding a bike. Sounds very scary. And thanks for everyone who joined today's stream. And happy Easter to everyone who celebrates that. And yeah, today, the big day, we are going to continue working on multi-threaded Vulkan. On Friday, I had time when I looked into the code I was writing previous week and I found some issues, and now at least it doesn't crash, but I have a different problem and I'm going to show it right now. Yeah, and I hope you all doing well. So, the thing which happened is that now I'm not crashing when I'm uploading scene where I am handling secondary command buffers in order to make Vulkan multi-threaded, but I have a situation that now it shows only one object and I have no idea why. Probably some recorded accordingly to my needs. Yeah, and if I will load the animated scene, I assume we will see something similar. And I hope you can see me good, because yeah, and now it is, for example, yeah, now I have one animated model from 100 something, and I assume from the location which I see, I think it is the last one. I'm not sure, and it feels like it is being processing the all amount of models because I see how my fans are going wild. But yeah, is this model? Yes, it is the last model. So for some reason all other 140 models aren't being rendered. I have render doc opened to see why it's happened, at least to maybe receive some hints, because now it's not doing multi-threading. Yes, now it's doing something weird. Yeah, like spring mood, so we have spring hair thing. Spring hair. And thanks you all for joining again, and yeah, and YouTube is saying me that stream's current bitrate is higher than the recommended bitrate, so I hope it still is good on your side. I will check on my other PC how it looks. It looks weird. Oh no, it feels fine. Feels fine. Maybe it's fine for you too. For you too. Usama Takur, I have no unique mechanisms in my engine. Or a game, because there is no game. The only thing that my engine can solve is to help me learning, and this is all I am searching for. I'm not trying to beat Unreal or Unity, at least for now, because I'm super beginner. And the whole thing that is happening on this channel YouTube channel is only my journey of my education. Yeah, Vault Flake helped me to configure better quality settings for OBS, even though I see that YouTube recommends to use bitrate of 6800 kilobyte per second. I don't know. Anyway, I'm now going to share the render doc, and we are going to see what's going on with the all other models. Render doc. Okay, let's check. Okay, gbuffer. We have only... Oh, interesting. We are now calling cmd execute commands as we should. But I can't see what commands are being there. Maybe I can somehow... Probably this is only one which was recorded for the last object, so... Oh, I know, render doc got stuck. Yeah, it will now not respond, I guess. Anyway, the issue was solved because I now know that I'm not correct in the way I'm doing things, obviously. It's not IDE, it's NeoVim and VChat plugin. Okay, what could go wrong here? Could go wrong that I'm doing it outside of for loop. The first thought. And I think I think it might fix everything. Let's check it out. And I can actually give it here. I also needed to rewrite my thread pool thing because I wasn't able to first solve the crash I was having. So I had to double the code, and now I have a new thread object for rendering, and I'm not sure if I will keep it this way, but for now when it's not crashing, it means that it works. Oh yeah, YouTube is not receiving enough of video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will experience buffering. Yeah, so I will probably make smaller bitrate because I feel that it might be an issue. Will it update it? Maybe I can't change it while streaming. It could be bad. Okay, I hope it's not that bad from your side. I'm trying to set it, but I feel like I can't change this setting from the moment when I began a stream. I applied the change for a bitrate and I don't see that it was like updated. Apparently I can't change it when I am streaming. Hopefully it's not that bad. Yes, on bottom it's showing this 50k bitrate, which is probably a problem, and I can't fix it. Seems like. Yes, and unfortunately I can't change it, so I hope it's just not that bad on your side. Yeah, okay. Vulkan is hard in the sense of the not terminology but theoretical things that you should like learn. Lots of things you should learn, and when you learn it, it becomes much easier when you start to understand these patterns and things. Okay, I have an issue. Yeah, because I'm calling now CMD in for loop and probably doesn't like it. Okay. Yes. Yes. And what we will do with that? Oh, the other thing which might be problem, that this secondary buffer is actually not being good in placed back. Don't know how to say it. I was trying to put it in different places and I wouldn't say that it was a success, but maybe now something will change. Okay, no issues, but also we see just one object. But it is actually cool that no validation errors. I think that it is very, very nice. But what can be wrong here? The guys on the internet, are they doing it the same? I think they are. They are beginning render pass and afterwards they are doing render code for each of the object, right? CMD buffer index, what is that? It is for retrieving the object data and inheritance info. In inheritance info, which is updated. And they are retrieving the common buffer inside of the Maybe I can also do it there. ensure that this is not needed. I feel like I'm super close, but still not enough. Bastian, hi, I am using Arch Linux. No changes. Oh, right. I'm starting to understand. I'm using just one command buffer, which is recording only one command. So the other info there is not added. So which is weird, because how then I will and how I should make it for all of them. I don't get it yet. Shadow Stalker, hi. Hope you are doing well. Yaminus, hopefully pronounced correctly. I have one thread pool dedicated for updating the objects, especially when I am calculating the matrices for the animations. It's very useful, so one thread pool is dedicated for that. And now, just in terms of simplicity, I've created a different thread object to handle rendering. And with Vulkan, it is a bit more complicated because in order to multi-thread common buffers, you need to handle secondary common buffer. And now I was finally able to make it work without any errors. I had lots of crashes. But as I see, it's recorded only once. I mean, the information is in this secondary common buffer only from the last object from the for loop, and I'm trying to understand what I'm missing. And there are only two useful examples I found. One with from Sasha Williams, another from Vulkan SDK for Android. Yeah, like you have not exactly multiple threads for drawing, you have multiple threads for recording the comments, which will be then submit to the one primer common buffer and push it to the drivers to execute. GHD, no AI, it's just a clickbait. I thought it will be a very funny name. No, I have no plans for DirectX because it's my personal project and I have no real desire in using Windows for my spare time projects. So no DirectX and Microsoft software. So give me a moment, I will make I need to reassemble my windows. My mouse also is not willing to work properly anymore. So I'm experiencing issues when I'm trying to click on something. Sometimes it do double click, sometimes it does nothing. I think that linear algebra and a bit more advanced trigonometry is fine enough. It depends on what you want. If you want to work with the Vulkan and things like that, I think that math is not a requirement. If you want to implement some new shadow technique, then probably yes, you will need something more advanced than basic trigonometry. I will also try something. I wish I was living in Japan. Now I live in Europe, in Central Europe, but my very, very big dream is to move to Japan, and I will probably work on this during like this year. I don't know. I will try to move there. And I don't know any Japanese. I started to be obsessed with the idea of moving there like a year ago when I first was there. I was never like I was just never interested in Japanese culture or anything like that. But when I was there, I just realized that like wow, it is like the best place in the world for me. And yeah, I don't interact with locals because I'm not there. Oliver, I am trying to make this application multi-threaded. I already probably successfully implement a thread pool thing, and my update functions work on multi-threading, but I'm now trying to make Vulkan part multi-threaded, and it is quite tricky. Vault flake, I have no blurriness, of course. I have a very clear screen. And I don't know what blurriness you mean. I have here my also on the second screen Steam running, and I will check if I see any blur thing. I'm waiting, I have delay. I see like it is a bit blurrier when it is moving, but I would say it's not crucial, like critical. I don't feel that it is a problem, at least on my PC, on my laptop, it looks alright. And I don't know what you want me to like send you, what screenshot, just how my editor looks like, or what? Oh, it is very nice of you, hippie Sovietsky, to compare me with Karmak, but come on, it's just like I'm not yet there. Maybe in 20 years, maybe we'll see. Nikolai, hi. It's going well. I hope you too. And the difference, there are lots of differences. For example, Vulkan is a very modern API, and it supports, like, for example, some modern features that your GPU can produce. And OpenGL is not being updated anymore, so it's like it doesn't support some features that you can do. And for example, Vulkan can be multi-threaded, and I'm trying to do this. And I guess it's one of the core differences, because OpenGL doesn't support multi-threading, and it's just like very fun to do. And I think OpenGL is not that fun. I don't know. Yeah, Vault Flake, I will send it to you someday. Okay, and I wanted to compile it. You can see it, but you will. Wait. I'm not making a game. I am just learning things. It's far away from game. The funny thing in Vulkan is how hard it is, and how much of years I already spent to understand basics. So yeah, this is very funny thing. Bastian, you never know until you try. All people are different, and the complexity is a very, very relevant thing. Yes, relevant, I guess it's correct word. Fault Flake, it's like Tokyo Spliff who quit smoking. I did, and I'm proud of it. Red Frog, yes, I do work in game industry, even though if you haven't investigated the market, I can already say that it is very small, and amount of jobs is very small. If you're not perfect in this field, it's very hard to get a job. I don't know. I just was lucky, because I got this job without any 3D programming experience, so, but good luck anyway. Yeah, and also I missed the message when the person is trying to run it on Intel integrated GPU, and I just want you to I want to say that it is not well optimized, it is not good written, it probably will crash, because I am doing lots of things very sketchy, and I'm just covering my learning knowledge leaks, yes, which I'm what I don't know. So for now I didn't have a goal to make it optimized, because I have so much of things to learn and to close before to make it somehow workable, suitable for others. Denise, I'm using C++ because it's industry standard and I need to learn it and do it better. And this is why I'm using it, because, like, first of all, it's like a best language ever. Tell me another language that is so good as C++. And second of all, it's just like I just need it to make myself better with it. I haven't tried Lazy Vim, but I'm using on WeChat. I assume it is somehow related, or maybe not, I don't know. Oh, I think I found the issue I had. Yeah, badly written code. I was probably clearing the buffer. It will be funny if it will make the thing. Yeah, it will be very, very good. Opa, I saw monkey and I have invalid common buffer error. But it might be because I already rewrote some things which probably were correct, but I just don't know about them. So maybe, yeah, so maybe it will be not that bad at the end. Let's see. And where is it is. Yeah, so if you want to see an error, it was this one, invalid common buffer, and we crashed. But at least now I saw the monkey, so it has potential. Fault flake, if it was question for me, I think that my job is just different. I'm doing different tasks, and I never, for example, on my job, I was never touching multi-threading on my job directly. So this is why I'm doing it here, because I want to know that. And I think that in some ways it is harder because first of all I have much more responsibilities. Second of all, it is paid, so you have to do it good if you want to get money. And I don't know, it just feels different because on my job it's still work with the existing functionality, and usually it is just extending the functionality or fixing a bugs. So it feels more, when I'm thinking about my job, it's more felt like I am working with some particular pieces of the big mechanism, if I can say so, and I am getting pretty good and familiar with this particular piece. And when I'm doing this Anthrax AI project, it just feels that I am totally lost in a huge ocean without any of guidance, because it's super different. I'm 25. I have nothing to say about Emacs. One of my colleagues use it, and he feels very happy with that. And I really like to see how he configured it and how he managed to work with that. Denise, I am writing it just for in learning and educational purposes. I'm filling the gaps I have. I want to become a better specialist. Nikolai, I do know Unity and Unreal. I even made my diploma. I made a VR application using Unreal, and I don't like it. If I will make an engine, and not what I'm doing right now. Right now it's just like learning things and trying things. But if I will make it something bigger one day, then it will be, I wish it will be different and like a game, not a software. GHD, you probably need to try to run the game from the asset directory. If you're now looking, I have a script which you can check. It's like here. I hope you can see it. This one. Andrea, I feel like I'm also a young programmer, so I also would like to hear some advice. We are two of us here. Main Kun, very appreciated. Thank you. I am also, you know, not my first language, not planning to become, so I'm talking as I'm talking. So okay, I will just here try to put it correctly, maybe this time. Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. Do you see it? Oh my god. Oh my god, crazy thing. Multi-threaded Vulkan. You see? You see it? Why it's so weird? When I'm pressing mouse, I see more objects, but it is totally damaged. It's absolutely not helping in optimization, right? I feel like FPS is very 7 FPS, 7 FPS, 6. Oh gosh, that's bad. Let's close it and see what's wrong. Nikolai, I work alone, or at least in the moment of education, because yeah, it's like I don't know. I think I don't know how to learn with somebody. I never had this experience in university. Never can. Bastian, I think I am doing this project for a year and a half, but it was it was changing a lot, and evolution and all this stuff, and I was rewriting it, and like this last version, without a huge rewritings, works for 6 months, I guess. It's not memory leak. It's just poor multiple command buffers Vulkan handling. Yeah, race conditions for sure. Compute shaders isn't a multi-threading example, or at least in the way of CPU multi-threading. Yes, compute shaders are GPU parallelized work. So it is something that is happening on GPU, and you don't have that much of control over it, and it's different. And I just wanted to know how to do this, because it is like a very important feature for Vulkan, and I think that when I am who I am, I'm super Vulkanized. I really like Vulkan, and it is a shame to not know how this can work. And I just want to, I don't know, show off. I want to be this person who will, yeah, I did it and I know that. GHT, no, there is no way to compile without audio. I don't know how to do this. And I don't feel that file system error, no such directory cannot open directory scenes. I don't think that it is about audio. So what's the issue? I'm afraid. Simonta, no, yeah, that's something that we don't want to. Cannot duplicate common buffers without. Yeah, it's actually also something wrong. I know. Because I'm only doing it once. So this is wrong. And if it is the only one issue, then I feel that it is only one issue. And I think that I know the fix for that. No, it's not something that is helping. Like render worked for 59 milliseconds. Before that it was like 1 millisecond. Good optimization. Good work. What is else I might understand wrong? aborted. Command buffers must be a valid pointer. This is something new. Okay, so this shouldn't happen. So it's not correct. It's not a valid pointer. The other thing is that they are waiting idle before calling the execution. What if? No. No. Why it's so weird? Oh fuck. Okay. Will it be very hardcore to run it in RenderDoc? Don't know. Interesting thing that RenderDoc is for some reason saving us from this thing, so we don't see anything. So I assume it's still not recording the commands correctly, but I'm wondering why I don't see these objects. Uh-oh, device lost. This is new. Oi, you don't see it even. Fun. RenderDoc reported encountered a GPU device lost, VK core TPP. This may be due an application bug. Yes, I think it may. So probably asking RenderDoc for help is not also a good thing. Even though I see this, I see the frame was captured. Why you don't see it? Yeah, the frame was captured, but with lost device, which is expected. And I see that it actually execute. It is recording, but recording probably badly. Yeah. Baked common buffer. Oh, I feel like it is. You see, it's like the same object multiple times. It's not good. It's not good. No resources because we crashed. This is sad. But maybe, oh my gosh, it's recording like, oh my god, it's not good. It's not good and looks bad. Maybe if I will make it again, try to launch it, maybe I will catch the thing. I will do it directly. and I will close it. Again lost device. Yes, and it is not good. Oh yeah, it's not good. How is it possible? How is it possible that it is doing it so much times? For 400 commands. Not good. Fuck. Just has like 2000 command buffers. How is it possible? Each frame it's recording, sending to execution the same. I am in placing back. Secondary CMD, which wrote an information for each mesh. And I thought that it is the idea, but I can have like 2000, or I can. It's weird. I don't want to duplicate them. Vladimir, hi, thank you for joining, and hey, thank you all for joining to today's stream. Thanks for subscribing. And yes, no, I don't use AI for work because I'm still learning, and I don't think that it is a good thing to do when you are still learning. GHD, you can use VASD to control camera movement. But you have 60 FPS in the very small scene, so like I'm glad that it works like that, but it's not a surprise, I guess, because it's like there are only 4 models. Edgar, please define something smaller. I don't understand what you mean. I think that I actually understand what's going on. It's just the question of the implementation. I don't have much sources and I'm just trying to understand how it works. But thank you for a suggestion. I'm sure that it can be hell, but I have no big project, and I have barely something similar to multi-threading, but it is like I just feel like I need to learn it, and I really want to. Edgar, again, thank you for suggestion, but I don't understand how knowing the thread ID will help me. If I'm using only one thread. And now I'm doing a thing with multi-threaded Vulkan, if you miss this part, and it is quite a bit different. It's not about having lots of threads. For now, I have only one, and I'm trying to spread the API work within multiple command buffers. So, yeah. X-Agent, I think it's give me some time. PSIQY, if I don't have TIA, then it already defeats Unreal Engine. I don't understand. X-Agent, yes, I am from Moscow originally. Michael G, yes, this is the point of multi-threading in Vulkan. I'm trying to spread this thing in different threads, but now I have an issue. I don't understand why seems like the correct usage is what I'm doing right now. I started to understand what's the issue is. When I was now using only one thread, where I was invoking one secondary command buffer, I was recording the one object, like one mesh per this command buffer, and of course, obviously, when I was in for loop writing the objects, I was overwriting the information about the different ones, and that's why Sasha Williams had the amount of the object which could be handled by one command buffer. So he was recording some amount. So let's say I have a render queue with 4 meshes, and he said like 4 meshes to one common buffer, and 4 meshes to the second common buffer, 4 meshes to the third common buffer. And it feels now, first of all, it's very nice to finally get, and second of all, it is super stupid, because how how in the earth I should handle this with my love to hard-coded programming. This is going to be tough. PCIQ, yes. I liked TIA from the beginning, like 1 year ago or something. I mean, when I started to see it in lots of games. But now it feels more blurry, more weird. It is doing very nice things in improvements on some lighting calculation artifacts, which I haven't seen in different anti-aliasing happening. But yeah, it's still too blurry, and I don't know. People like it, but people also like DLSS and all this stuff, so what can I say? Okay, with these findings, I will go for a break. I need to give here some more fresh air, because like it got warmer here, and I feel like that is no oxygen. And yeah, I will go for a break for 5-10 minutes, and then we will continue to work on that. See you. Hi guys, I'm back. SMAA, as far as I remember, or how I understand that, is so when you first render to the, let's say, twice resolution of your screen. Like usually you have also this like SMAA X2, so it will render to the twice resolution of your screen, and then you downsample that, and it allows you to have anti-aliasing. But it's very expensive, and because like obviously if you have 2K screen, for example, or 4K screen. Okay, let's go. What I'm going to do. First, I'm going to make it somehow nicer for all the objects, right? So it records for all objects, and I don't like that I decided to make it in the default render function. I had to make a new function because the code looks like shit. And I will need to make these things for loop for all the objects in render queue. I will need to make it like that. Fuck, this will be not nice, I think. Yeah. I will be not able to provide the object like this. Okay, let's start to make it ugly. I will also comment. This whole thing. Rendered threaded. Can't believe I am here. Oh, PSIKU, sorry, this was my mistake because I read it as SSAA. So yeah, this was my mistake. Sorry. think this is how render function looked before. Now I only want to check if it works as it worked. Conrado Fakes, hi. I'm glad that you joined today's stream. And thank you all guys for being here. Okay, feel correct. Yeah. Okay. Like, yeah, this is the best thing I've done for this project by so far. Visualization of the render targets. Anyway, it's not, today we are not doing this. Dark Mage, hi, how are you? Okay, now it will be curious how I will make it work. No module. Yes, this is a bit sad, but I will solve it. Oh, unexpected. It was like this. Okay. One. Okay. 1, 2. Yeah, I see. Mm-hmm. Tornado High, I never tried to do ray tracing, if it is your question. And I'm not planning yet. Oh, actually, I know an easier thing for that. And I will just begin the common buffer. I will begin it out of the interesting. Can I make it like this? and I will end it outside of the Okay, so from my understanding now it should render to the one secondary buffer all my objects and then execute them and everything will be just fine. Right? I'm from Russia originally, but I live in Europe now. No, I did something wrong. Before common buffer begin. And I understand that it makes sense. So I can't do it right like this. At work we speak English because we are like very international company. But sometimes like German speaking colleagues, they start to talk between each other in German and I'm getting confused and like lost. I don't know, I just can't handle German. So Comma dev, I am trying to handle multi-threading for Vulkan, and yes, I assume it is problem solving. I'm trying to configure space for shit coding, so okay. This is how it doesn't work. Passing common buffer as a variable didn't help. So if I need to make it absolutely different, then maybe pass an object as an iterator. Will I be able to handle it? Actually, this part of code I think must happen inside. No, it shouldn't. Configure space for shit coding. Yes, it is when you write very bad, complex, hardly maintained code, but only by doing this I can learn something, apparently. So if it wants me to record it there, it means I have a problem. Oh, segmentation fault. Makes sense. How to make a copy of the object correctly. Thanks for joining this channel. Okay, no issues. And again, it's rendering only one object expectedly. That means that I can do things differently now. Finally. So let's try. Yeah, this constants. Maybe I don't need them too. How you are doing, guys? But meanwhile. Okay, great. And this mean I can try to put it into lambda. Crazy. Oh, yeah. So, and not forget to compiling small talk. What do you mean by this, Aura? Compiling small talk. Arcane, good luck with the Linux API. What particularly are you learning? Andrea, good luck. It is a very rewarding journey, I think. Or at least if you're interested in it, then probably it will be rewarding. I do work, but only for one object again. How is it possible? I'm beginning the command buffer. Then I'm iterating over the objects. I'm drawing the objects. Then I am ending command buffer after the for loop. So all this time it should be in recorded stage. Why? What I am doing wrong? I thought it is correct usage. Oh, I wish I also was drunk on the family Eastern lunch. Interesting thing. Sasha Williams is beginning command buffer outside of the for copyright free music. Or now I get it, and it's funny, yes. This is exactly what it's about. Oh, cool! Haha! They're back! Mysterious reappearing. Haha! So multi-threaded. Oh my god, so multi-threaded. But no, it's actually very good that for at least one additional secondary buffer, it seems to work. We see no issues, and it is definitely a progress. I think that whatever will happen next on this stream, it is already a very good progress, achievement. So, yep. I'm wondering how it will act when I will spread it between at least 2 threads. But I guess we will know pretty soon. And I'm super happy it works. I can change textures and do funny things again and again and again, like it never happened. Oh, this is so nice. I'm super happy. I'm wondering if I will be able to run the animated scene, at least to run it without any crash. Andrei, hi, I work as an engine developer, but of course during streams I'm working on my spare time project, and I don't do something that is related to my work, but my goal is to fulfill the gaps, to learn new things, for example, multi-threading in Vulkan, and it is awesome. And I'm sure that very soon, when I will spread the drawing work between different threads, I will see much softer execution, and my fans won't go that crazy as they do now. Even though I already see that the numbers in the task render are around 6 milliseconds. And as far as I remember, before that it was like 8 milliseconds. I can actually try to test it. I will test it now just to check. I'm doing some small benchmarking, you know. Around, no, it's not GPU threads. I guess what you mean is when we do compute shader works, then we work with the GPU threads. I am not on this moment yet. I am working with the CPU threads, but with the Vulkan provided functionality that you can spread recording the graphics commands that you are sending to your driver to draw something. I'm trying to spread it through multiple CPU threads, and hopefully it will improve some performance, but I don't know. What is RTS? Happy Sovietsky. What is RTS? I don't know. Ronald, I was starting with C language, so in Russian, I don't know if I can say that. In Russian, we have this word, phrase, where you were studying, I was already teaching. It wasn't meant to be rude or mean. I didn't want that. It is just very funny phrase that come to my mind, which my aunt was saying sometime, my sister too. Prem, I am coding from 20, so 5 years, around 5 years. But it was, at the beginning, it was very, very wrong and not wrong, but it was just hard to get to some point where I really knew what I want to do. Yes, no scoped. This is exactly what I meant. Okay, so I was wrong. It also renders with the 6 milliseconds on the initial setup, but it doesn't mean anything because I'm still just, this is work in progress and it will be better. I am sure not reference to these numbers. Now it will be harder. We will need to make multiple threads handling this. It's not ready for real-time strategy, as we see that from the initial setup and with the implementation of one thread running on the secondary buffer, it has same values. So yes, then we are going to make it again. And how I will do this? We will get, gosh, I will make two I will make two render key separated by parts. How to hard code it optimally. Oh, right, I'm starting to understand. I will just have a fixed number of objects that will be handled by one command buffer, and I will have fixed objects, amount of objects handled by different command buffer. And of course it will work well. First, object size, and I will get module, get render key, size divided by 2. And oh fuck. I really hate clangd for sometimes adding me some includes that for some reason it thinks that I need to add. And I don't know if you guys, anyone who is using nvim and clangd, if you noticed this, but yeah. No, I'm not automatically I'm not automatically detecting possible count. It is very easy to do. Yes, it's for this is a standard library function, that with that thread included, of course. And no, I have a hard-coded number of 1 for now on the render side. On the work update side, I have hard-coded number of 8. And of course, I will change it sometime, but not now. Okay, and now it will be very, very bad code because I will hard code it, but hard code it like very, very badly. But I think, guys, you will forgive it. Of course you will. I think this can be deleted. It's not needed. Just making it worse to see. Okay, so for loop ends here, and I need to move it all because I can't navigate in it. Better. I don't know what you mean, what difference of frame time between 1 and 8, but for the update function, before I had these 8 threads executing the calculation of matrices for animation in a scene with 140 animated objects, I had like around 50 milliseconds on the update, and after I added these, like it was not even 8, I already with the 4 or 5 threads I had like microsecond for the update, so it is, I think, huge, but I still losing performance on the render work. You can see it here, somewhere here. Hey, thank you. I am also feeling good because I am actually getting somewhere in this multi-threading story. Okay. Oh, it's now very shifted, but what can we do? So I have first object size, second object size. Now the only thing is to handle different threads, and I will copy everything. No, I will just make it. Yes, I will probably copy everything and not think about that, and everything will be then made nicer. Just test case. If id 0 Oi. Lord, it is very easy not to use AI when you do graphics programming, especially with Vulkan, because AI sucks in this field for now. But okay, so now I will very ugly make these things twice. Yeah, I think it will work. Just to know that this is how it should be done. And I will iterate not this way, but for E0, maybe not E, I, yes, not I, OpenGL and OpenGL is lower than this side, plus plus. And now I will retrieve GFX render object. I don't remember how references are done. Module get render at OpenGL undeclared. Yay, I wrote it 4.4. First object size. Okay, object is retrieved and it will be passed to the, oh my god, this now will be scary, and this will be passed into first common buffer. I assume. Yep, it will be I will get it like this, and then I will also not forget to end common buffer, which will happen there. After, a second thread comes to work, and I will just copy all the code here. Oh, no. And this will be sec object size. Okay, feels like it might work. Yeah, and of course, different common buffer. And I will send it. Oh, this is so exciting. Okay, hopefully I haven't missed anything. I'll just recheck the common buffer being set. Thanks for joining this channel, and thank you guys for being here today. How you are doing? The fact Nana. Yeah, Ronald, I also agree that when you're learning, then it is better to write using your fingers and your brain. But I guess it's very individual, and maybe someone can learn things with the help of AI. Fuck. Yeah. Sadly, it didn't work that nicely. If you will want to see it. So, yeah, how it happened. Why I started to begin it here. This is very weird. It shouldn't be here. Why I put it here in the for loop. What I was thinking about. Probably like this, simply. Should be. I'm beginning, then I am doing threading thing, and then I am ending command buffer, and I'm also doing it the same way here, of course. This was very weird. Feels like it is the same. Nothing changed. Probably. Let's see. RFS1. It's not a work for me. I am resting this way. Okay, it didn't work. I knew there will be a typo. Okay, I have something, but not correct, right? As we can see, pending. Oh, yes, I think. Fuck. No, not good, not good. Oh, right, I figured out. Too many of hard-coded, badly coded code, and here I am. Okay, it's still not helping. No. Thanks for joining this channel. Okay, so with one it works. Now I'm rendering only 3 and I don't see animation, so this is expected. I'm wondering why it doesn't work with the additional secondary buffer. What I missed. SHJXE, thank you for your feedback. I'm very glad that you have such a positive emotions from this type of content. Ronald, I'm using Arch Linux. My favorite comment about 90% of Russian-speaking audience, even though according to the YouTube statistics, it's like 8%. Sorry. But I like these numbers, like 90s, 90. Oh, I first having these initialization errors of buffers, never had that. Interesting. I'm using NV chat for my Neo Vim. Thanks for joining the channel. I'm super glad that you all joined today's stream. We will suffer together. Okay. Sasha Williams is starting common buffer inside of the lambda. I will go crazy with this. Okay, if it will be here. How it's doing. And after that, he's I'm wondering, he's doing it per objects, how it's possible. Min Kun, thank you for being here and good night. SHJXE, I don't think that I am that good in self-discussion of the errors, typos and stuff. Sometimes I notice and sometimes I'm saying about that. But I think I could talk better, but it is still like not, it's hard to do, especially when you write code. Threading error. Object of type common buffer simultaneously, I can pronounce it, used. Okay, let's see if doing it with one thread will help me. When I had successful usage of one secondary common buffer and one thread for this, I thought it will go just fine, but apparently not today. Now I'm rendering only one object. Okay, this is weird. This doesn't feel like a valid usage. This doesn't feel like a valid usage because either I misunderstand the code which is doing the Sasha Williams, or I'm doing something wrong. no issues. But that doesn't mean anything yet. So it has to be inside of the thread lambda, and after that I'm going to have things working. Yeah, but I haven't had it this way and I don't think it works. It will still result in the issues. For some reason. Yeah, invalid pointer. Interesting. I think it's time for debugging. Okay, where is segmentation fault? I don't know where. In the no, fuck. Draw threaded. It's wrong for some reason. I don't know why. I thought I made it all right. First object size. Oh, I'm so wrong. Such a stupid mistake. How could I? Not paying attention. Not paying attention. I'm doubting that it will solve my issue, but at least I will not resolve in unexpected segmentation fault. Fuck. Why OBS is also very weird today. And I still have some issue. Expectedly. In here. For some reason it's broken. What's there? 1, 6. In bind descriptor set. I would rather say in pipeline layout because I am not redefining the material. Fuck, really? Don't I? Don't I? No, I do. I do, so it's very weird. I need to go for a break. Prav, I'm trying to handle multi-threaded Vulkan part, and I had a successful results with one thread processing secondary buffer and pushing this work to the primary common buffer for execution. But when I added second thread and secondary common buffer, it is not working at all. I am wondering why I have such errors. Okay. Yes, I feel I'm starting to understand again the thing. But if I have such situation, will it still work as I want it to work? Oh fuck. Yeah, it's definitely bad, but now it's at least, no, it's still crashing. And I understand why, because now I have an issue that threaded material is being overwritten by two threads, so probably this is the problem. Probably. How I can check that? How can I check that? How I can how can I? Oh, I actually can check it by the object thing. Yeah, probably. Threaded pop pipeline. Okay. I assume I have only two pipelines there, the model and the animated model or something like that. Let's see. Models. All of them are the same material. Then what the heck is broken? They're the same material. Different pointers, maybe. I don't know how to check that. But now, if I will not set up the material, I think it probably will work. But it still feels like a very, very wrong thing to do, because I can have objects with different materials in it. Xagent, I have links to the playlist I'm using left in the description, and it is 2 hours dark techno, and the most important, that it is copyright free. I usually don't listen to such music only on streams, because they're kinda energy driven and they won't give any strikes to this stream from the YouTube side. Usually when I am just listening to the music, normally it is more hip-hop rap thing. Sometimes some pop music too. Okay, it is not working this way for some reason, and at least now I see where it is. No, I see. Oh, wait. Hippie, I am not sure if you're asking me, but what buffer do you mean? They are back. I have no clue how I could solve it in a different situation when I don't know what materials I have. A valid thing must be bound. Okay. Hippie, I'm sorry, I don't remember what buffer I meant that moment, but I assume they are all like, no, which I am using here. They are located in your in your RAM, and some of them are also transferred into VRAM, as for example textures or vertex buffers, but it is all first being created on your CPU and then pushed to the GPU. Okay, I'm doing a small break, and then hopefully more successfully I will continue investigating this, because for now it's just like okay then, see you guys in 10 minutes or something. Hi guys, sorry if it took longer. I was eating because I felt hungry. I will make music a bit louder. I'm not sure because I was... somebody told me that music isn't quiet, so... Order high. At the beginning I was doing both. I was reading lots of books about computer architecture and stuff like that, but honestly I think I understand like nothing, like 0% of what I was reading. So I think that for me, in my personal experience, it was much more easy. It got much easier when I started to know how to program, and maybe somehow it just turned my mind into the correct direction, and I was then able to handle more complex stuff and theoretical stuff. Even though with Vulkan it was for sure like 2 years of completely not understanding anything, how graphics APIs work, what they do, how to manage it, how to handle them, how to understand them. So I don't know, I think that in my individual educational process, it is always the only question about the amount of time that I'm spending on something. And once it just like this day happens when I just realize that I starting to understand something. And thank you guys for staying here. This thing which is not working yet. I will do again this revert of things and see how it works when the only one thread is running. It is absolutely... I feel like it's not synced properly. I don't know, like the most complicated part in this task is that I am super beginner with the multi-threading, and I really want to become better in it. Yeah, okay, this is now, it's not correct. Haha. And what can be an issue? I've removed the threaded pipeline initialization. Maybe I should pass it as an argument. Don't know. Okay, now it's correct, but it doesn't make things easier. Okay, let's try this. Cloud and Hi, I am doing one thread per multiple object rendering. For now, one, but probably not for a long time. Whenever I'm trying to add a second thread, it is broken. It is breaking, so I'm trying to understand why. Okay, feels that works. Let's see. I think this check is not necessary. It's taking secondary buffer, which is different. It's beginning the common buffer. I started to program around 5 years ago when I was learning assembly language and C language. Yes, okay, last thought, not last of course, but what I am thinking of is that when I am setting main CMD like this, it breaks and maybe I need to avoid such of handling and just provide it as an argument, and I will hope that it will work this way, because it is saying that my common buffer is simultaneously used in multiple threads, which means that setting it this way is not correct. secondary CMD. Which maybe will work. And it will be secondary CMD2. Okay, and I need to provide this CMD here in the row threaded. And it would be nice to not miss any call which is using this secondary common buffer. Like the issue itself made total sense. But I'm wondering how people are handling this more nicely. Hard code, you can anything, right? But to make it nice, this is a question for future me. Oh no, I missed that you haven't seen anything. Sorry. Now just what changed, that I'm not using CMD which is contained in the CMD helper, which I was setting, and now I'm providing the secondary CMD as an argument, and maybe it will solve the issue. Yeah, menus, don't be afraid. I am creating command pools and command buffers of the fixed size on the initialization step, and here is how I grab it. Now I am hard coding it by the index, and this should be correct. I think that the issue was that I was setting this secondary buffers, which was breaking the multi-threading thing, and probably providing it by argument can do a thing. Alex Witkov, as far as I saw, you can't multi-thread primary buffer, and this is why we are using secondary ones. I haven't found anything about multi-threading the primary command buffer. If you know the link, please provide it so I can check. Okay, this is something. I have no validation errors for those who is watching. Same situation. So the main issue was that I was providing, yes, that I was setting to the global command buffer the value don't care. Now I'm providing is an argument, so validation errors are off. But what we see here is definitely validation errors. It's already a very, very bright moment. Spy controller, I don't know anything about backend. If you talk about web development, I am definitely not a person to ask such things. Okay, so I would also like to look into render doc to see what I actually see. And I hope it won't be lost device. Cool. Okay, so 3 objects were rendered. Like 3. Yes, 3. And after that, something crazy is happening. Oh, this is so sick. For example, why this model didn't receive the descriptor set binding? I don't understand. It has instance, register. I get it. I'm starting to get it. No, I'm not getting it yet. Need to think. This is a tricky one. Coordinate grid not glitching because it is being processed in different rendering paths. Give me a moment. Here, render game module grid, and the only game module that I am trying to multi-thread is gbuffer. So other passes for like mask, outlines, for gizmo, they should work properly if my implementation could be called proper. Yeah, but like in some way it works. I am from Russia, yes. So, either push constants. What we have in push constants? We have some value here. Yeah, so probably it is correct. Probably it's correct because they are, at least they are changing. But why it's so weird? Vertex out, no matrix were applied. So either like no, I have no idea what could happen here. What else is happening in this VK renderer which could get wrong? Bindless descriptor set is 1. It can't go wrong. Push constants done. Bind index is weird. Okay, let's go to see some stupidness happening. I don't feel about backend. How would I feel about that? Yeah, this is so weird. Why it's so weird? I can't get it. What about resetting command pools? How I do this? It's in renderer. VK reset command pool. I'm doing this. I'm wondering what's the difference is between resetting command buffer and command pool. So between reset command buffer, command pool. The description of reset command pool just says resetting command pool recycles all of the resources from all of the command buffers allocated from the command pool back to the command pool. All command buffers that have been allocated from the command pool are put in the initial state. It is the same as resetting all the existing command buffers allocated from the command pool, which is the same as calling vk reset command buffer for each single buffer, assuming that the command pool was created with reset command buffer bit. I am wondering whether the additional control brought by this reset command buffer bit will impact the performance. Performance is the last thing I'm thinking now about. The answer is mostly going to be it depends. How many command buffers do you have per frame? If you have many command buffers per frame, it's probably less expensive to have one pool per frame and reset the pool. If you have few command buffers per frame, then it's probably cheaper to reset individual command buffers. Okay. Okay, so it basically has nothing, no impact, no actual impact. I was almost that close to success. Daniel Best, thank you for subscribing. We will defeat this beast together. I'm wondering. No, it's actually no, it's stupid. I still can't understand what's wrong here. What if what if something is wrong with the instance incrementation of the index? What if something is wrong with that? This is actually a pretty fine assumption, because I assume this is something that can also go wrong on the multi-threaded situation. Inst index. Okay, and just add it here to the end. What this function is doing. Yeah, nice. We are incrementing it by 1, and here we are question. It's also not a go, right? We need to use local variables. Okay, then it is not something I am doing. Int 32 inst index. Probably it will be 0. Probably. But okay, I guess better to have getters and setters. And we will provide it as a reference. Instance index. Inst index. I am wondering if here it will let's have some stupid printf output. Okay, so in here I am going to have it as setter. Oh, after the wait happens. Set. Lapich, I speak English because I want to practice, because I live in Europe and I have more opportunities to find potential friends, potential people interested in the same field as I do. And yeah. And I think that programming community is very international, and graphics programming community in general is very small, and why not to make it bigger for you by using international language, which is English. Okay, interesting if it will solve the issue or it will break everything. Okay, it's not solving the issue, but it's also not breaking anything, yeah, sadly. Oh, no, it's just not incrementing the index, yes. How I will solve that? Why it's not doing this, what I wanted to do? I just wish that it will, and how I can now manage it to work. I thought that setting something by the reference will make a thing. The moment when it got very confusing. Yeah. Okay, so it means that I in advance have to know the instance index size. This is so insane. I don't know how people manage to make it beautiful. But okay. As you wish, Vulkan. For me, it's definitely not a problem to iterate over this one more time. just, yeah, okay, I will just try to make it this way for now, and then we will see how it goes. But I'm wondering that it's not even, okay, I will not think before. First, I have Varmilo, and it's like actually written here, hopefully. And it is not, it didn't got better. At least I don't see the improvement. Now I only see that it is very weird. I'm wondering, it is completely messing up with the instance buffer, and it can't get the correct matrix transformations, which is either the constants binding indices are not provided correctly, which I don't think is the issue, or it is something different, even more different. I am from Russia originally, but I, like, half of my family lives in Ukraine, half in Russia, and you know, I am using NeoVim and WeChat. Very weird. So I can be sure that the instance index is correct, hopefully. I am not streaming on Twitch, sorry, and probably I won't. Oh, music is off. More 2 hours gone. Yeah, Indigo, good luck. I hope you will have a good experience. I don't care about Unreal Engine, but I care about Arch, so I hope that you will have a good experience with Arch. I am using NVChat and I haven't modified, haven't do anything for this. Like I just use raw NVChat from the installation guide. Hippie, oh my god, you work with a Chinese as Chinese translator? This should be very hard. Haha. Interesting. It is changing when the camera is changing. What could it mean? I have absolutely no idea. No validation errors, but it looks like shit. How is it possible? What I am missing? I developed this particular project for a year and a half or something like that, but it already experienced lots of changes, and yeah, so it experienced lots of changes, and with the latest version of the code and like structure, it is like 6 months old. What the hell? How it, why Sasha Williams can do this and I can't? So he is pushing constant block in the function. How it's possible? But it will not make any difference if I will do this block of code here or there. Thanks for joining this channel. Okay. The other thought. No, it just can't work. It can't be like this. Okay, the other difference I see that Sasha Williams use push constant block as an array of the common buffer size. Can it be like this for me too? But it doesn't make any sense for me. I still need to update it per object. How can I make it differently? I am sure that it is doing wrong things on the moment when I'm pushing constants and hi all who joined today. Okay, so the funny thing is that you can see the outline. So the this is so bad. And I can't understand. I can't define this. Again, maybe try to do it in render doc. Nate, hi, thank you for the feedback. Becasel, how do you think? What do you think? I don't know how to correctly ask that. Cayman Islands, yes, SFML was one of the first libraries I did for graphics visualization. I really like it. I think it's worth learning, especially for making like 2D games. Okay. Okay, so here it is outputting absolutely nothing. Here it decides that nothing should be output. Thank you for joining this channel. I am from Russia, but I live in Europe. Okay, no output. First assumption. Push constants have values. They have values and probably correct. At least I see that they are changing for each mesh. Different mesh has different bindings. This is how it should work. Same meshes have same bindings. Haha. no, wait. Bone matrices, it's not something I'm looking at, but I'm looking into the instance render matrices, and we can see that they are changing for different objects. I would assume that this is correct. And yeah, so maybe what about command buffer or camera buffer? What about camera buffer? It also has view and projection past totally, and we can now see cube and out nothing. How is it possible? How is it possible, especially if I can see the matrix? Uh-oh, maybe something wrong with the no, I think that these guys are also probably correct. I can also printf in shaders, so I think I will do this soon. I will be very upset if I will understand that it wants a different instance buffer for each. Hi Tops, hi Eagly, probably correct. I am fine. Today I am trying to work on the multi-threaded Vulkan, and I had already some of successful things done. As for example, it worked for one additional thread, and I was able to correctly record the secondary command buffer, which is necessary to provide when you want to do multi-threading recording of the API commands. And then I tried to separate it to the two command buffers as to be able to have two threads. And now it absolutely doesn't work. And I'm trying to understand why, but it is super tricky. Cayman, because Vulkan, like such modern APIs like Vulkan and DirectX 12 is somehow like a standard industry, standard in industry, and you like if you want to be a part of this industry and you want to make engines, you have to know such things, and I want to know such things, so this is why I'm doing this. cat community, thank you for joining the channel. Okay. Something was finely niche, but still much more question appears. For example, what the hell is happening there? And let's see what's happening in the instance buffer recording. I am preparing storage instance buffer and I'm iterating over all my render objects, and I am applying render matrix and animation matrix. Which should be totally correct. It should be, but it isn't. I am Russian speaking, correct? Non-Gbal Chester, hopefully correctly pronounced. Thanks for finding your way here. I wanted to have done so much, and I feel like I'm super close, but I'm missing something. Okay, I spotted one issue in RenderDoc, that fragment shader for the first execution batch doesn't receive the resources, so bindings for textures. Which is weird. Why so? Nicholas, yes, I can save it and load it. I've handled this functionality. So yeah, this should work. Okay. This is wrong. And I have also lots of issues when I'm doing these checks. Record multiple frames. Okay, so I will try to capture 4 frames. Did it work? No, it didn't. Because I haven't got checkbox. Oh fuck. No, somehow I'm not handling correctly the application. Let's make 100 frame. Let's see how fast I will be. Fuck, I'm not fast enough. Okay. $300. can make it. Oh, cool. Okay, I already see that I have nothing shown in the first buffer as it was. Yeah, it's again black. Hippie, I already using it. It's called RenderDoc, and this is like basically the most helpful tool for such things. But I already can see from this tool that my object, let's say, is not receiving the resources for textures, which is very weird. And it's not good. For example, here in the second batch of execution, we have resource binding, and I don't know what's wrong here. Okay, let's see again. Push constants. Texture is 16. Here texture is 14. Why it's not working though? Should work. It would be much helpful if Vulkan would detect some problems, because I don't understand. Okay, they are zeros. Let's see what's happened in models vert shader. And I have also debug printf, which is good. It can help me. I will see what is base instance, and if it is something wrong, we will know about that. It also will be nice to know uniform index, right? Okay. Oh, you haven't seen it. It's important for those who like to write shaders. If you didn't know, you can have a debug printf thing, and you can use it like this. At least in Vulkan. I'm not sure how it works in different things, in different places. Okay, so I'm going to launch RenderDoc again and hopefully see some useful output. Oh, it already did. For loops, and where it was not errors and warnings, I don't remember. I forgot where I can see the debug things. I wasn't using it for a while. Window. Event browser, no, it's here. Capture commons, no. Better, I guess, to see it. Oh wait, here it is. 1000 messages. Okay. It's actually receiving something. Is it something correct? Why you see it so weirdly? Oh my god, we have such a huge delay, I want to say. Okay. Instance. Here is 36. But wait. What is there? Uniform index. Uniform index is... It is bind buffer. Okay, it's bind buffer. Bind buffer is 34. Okay, so this is correct. I will think that it is so. Interesting. Instance index was increased by 2. Which doesn't feel... No, it's fine, I guess. Weird. Why by 2? I'm missing something. Do I? I might be tired, but I don't understand why the instance index, which should be increased by 1, here's 6 and here's 8. Let's go further. Here it is 4. Okay, first issue. Here it is 4. Here it is 4. It makes total sense that it's not rendered. Okay, that was good session, good debugging session. I will be very happy to understand why it is like that. And it is super stupid. It shouldn't be like that. Some of the things shouldn't happen, and I don't understand why it is happening. Yeah, of course, I haven't disabled. I don't think that my printf will make a difference here, but at least if I will see that it is 0 here, I will be pleased. Shared code, what do you mean? I now have my code, so Okay. Haha, it is 4. Every time it's 4. Scary. Why it's always 4? It's always 4. Shouldn't be like that. What if I will not use this variable and I will just make my own here? Shader. Yeah. I was checking the vertex shader because I saw that in render doc it had no matrix applied to the vertices, so it was not rendering anything. And I've decided, since I'm doing index drawing, like instance per index, for index, I don't know. Anyway, I'm using GL base instance to retrieve the instance buffer by this index, and thus I'm getting the transformations that I want for particular match. And I enabled GL extension for printf, and I printed f, the instance index and uniform index, and then I realized that I'm actually not setting the correct instance index. And yeah, that's my life. Okay, go. Oppa, I can see monkey. Oh my gosh, I see monkey. This wasn't for nothing. Oh my god, I have 2 threads. All correct, almost. Now we saw some flickering, but we will ignore that. Amazing, amazing. It was very, very hard journey. It was very, very bad, but as always, super rewarding at the end. 2 threads, 2 secondary common buffers, and all of the objects are rendered correctly. I need to process this great moment a bit, and for those who haven't seen my engine, and especially if you're first time here, it is good time to see something, because it is finally working. We can, in Scene Manager, select an object and change the texture for that object. And it is very beautifully running. Also, when the object is animated, you can change the animation. And again, for those who didn't understand, it is now running on 2 threads, and Vulkan is recording the comments. And yeah, this is very good. I think it is very good moment of my Vulkan obsession. Very nice. Okay, so also you can, if you want, check the debug textures, which helps you to work with the, for example, gbuffer. You can see albedo, you can see normal, how it is recorded. You can also pause it. And yeah, continue to work, to look. This is mask texture. Ignore this validation errors, because it is something on the imgui side which I didn't manage properly. Okay, also you have audio available. Oh my god, it's so loud. Yeah, and you can disable. Great. This is all what my engine can do. And sometimes it also now flickers with the huge object which somehow wasn't properly added. Yeah, this is very cool. Yeah, they are using same materials. Wet cut dev, I will for sure experiment with the bigger amount of threads, but I now need some rest and some, like, I mean rest, I need some process these positive emotions because I'm very, very happy. I started to learn computer graphics, I would say properly, it started 2 years ago. And when I, like, two and a half already, when I received my job position, and I had no experience with 3D programming, and I started to learn everything. But before that, I had some like 2D experience. I had several of Doom-like engines implemented. I had several 2D engines implemented. I was porting one game, 2D game to Sega, 16-bit console, and I also had some funny experience with the assembly. Yeah, so this is it. It is very cool. It's running on 2 threads, and I multi-threaded Vulkan, and this is very, very nice feeling. And of course, let's check the animated scene, which was my first benchmark test case scenario, and I think it will crash. I have some feeling that it will crash. It won't handle. Fuck, I have some weird thing happening, and I can see that it is doing something, but probably not correct. But at least we can see it. 2 threads did nothing to this amount of objects, but I guess most important is to solve this layer of text, of errors. Two threads are meant to spread Vulkan command buffer recording into 2 different command buffers, different type of it, so they can record it in different threads, and then you can submit all this amount of work to your main command buffer, and it should help with the performance. I don't know, because for now with 2 threads it is doing nothing. only huge amount of text. Uh-oh. Ending offset is bigger than the index buffer size. How this happened? Okay. I think that this is not correct. Instance index of size 144 is not correct. Or it is? No, it actually it is. It is. I assume. index count is so big. I don't understand. Yeah, I think that like as far as I understood when I read, the Vulkan is handling synchronization between secondary primary buffer internally, but before I am executing these secondary common buffers, I'm also thinking like I'm waiting on my threads to finish the task, and for now it's very hard coded. I'm just waiting on the locked condition variables for these two threads until the render the queue of jobs is not empty. So yeah, and when the queue is empty, I am submitting the common buffers. It's very cool. Again, and let's see the animated texture. My head is somehow not acting good. Ew, this is bad. See some artifacts. It would be nice to solve. I don't know what is PSP, so maybe yes, maybe no. Can't be sure. Let's check. Toka, I'm using Vulkan because it's a modern API and also because it supports Linux, and I really like my Linux and I want to make a software which will work there. I can't use DirectX because it's Microsoft, and also I pretty hate how DirectX syntax looks like. I don't like it at all. Fuck, I have a lost device, so I'm doing something very, very bad here. Fuck, and I can't visualize it. And I can't debug it. It's bad. It's bad. What can I say? This will not help us. Definitely. Valid index buffer must be bound. Yeah. For some reason it's not binding the index buffer, right? It is pretty much obvious. Oh, you probably don't even see it. When it has lost device, it is acting weirdly. No, I'm not using binary space partitioning. I never heard about that or read about that. I think that I am catching up with the very basics of programming, game development, graphics engine development, and these basics will take me a while until I go somewhere. 676 games. I think the future is on Vulkan and cross-platform based APIs, because I want to believe that we will soon live in a world where Linux will at least be as same, it will be used the same as Windows is now. And I think that from the dynamic that I see, it is going there, because Linux is now something that is very easier to use for the end user, and lots of people, they just don't want to stay with the buggy and ugly Windows, and I don't know, and especially why it will be future there if people are going to be more and more cross-platform. Software will be more and more cross-platform. I am making it for Linux, but I'm trying to handle Windows, even though I haven't tried to compile Windows code for like maybe 3 months. And yeah, we will see. What is boilerplate? I don't know how to understand this word. Meaning. Tuko, you can, I don't know what is under, I still don't understand what you mean by boilerplate, but if you mean that I am writing bad code, I mean not flexible and blah blah blah, yes, it is so. I'm learning, I am closing things that I need to close, that I want to close, and all other things, they will come in the future. Meteor, I have both Windows and Linux because I'm working in a game company which supports both of these platforms. So since I'm working with the engine, I usually switch between operating systems, even though on daily basis I am working with Linux. And it is very, very cool that you can handle that like this, because I think that without this experience of first actual work in such company, I think I would never be on this stage that I am now, because it is very important, I guess, that first company where you work, it can influence you a lot. And I was totally influenced by my colleagues who were running Arch Linux, and I just really wanted to be like them. So, yeah. Fault Flake, thanks for explaining. I never was scared of complexity or of a big amount of code that needs to be written. And from my perspective, it is like absolutely a miracle that you can work with some API that it is so explicit. And there are even others which are also explicit, but it is very cool, and it depends on the people, I guess, who wants to work where, with what. Tuko, I just misunderstand what you said. OpenGL doesn't have the same, because it is much older API, and it just doesn't support some of the functionality that modern APIs such as Vulkan or DirectX 12 does support. So not all of that you can handle with OpenGL. Zain, I don't know what to tell you. I have minimalistic Arch Linux. You can see my terminal on the right, and this is what I'm using to navigate through my Arch Linux, this command line and stuff. I have dark black background, nothing more. Mimsy, I think that I am doing braids, or how it's called, because I am nervous by default. I don't know, it got much worse when I quit smoking, and I am now doing it very often when I'm programming, when I'm streaming. It is just like on maximum of my, I don't know, it's not, I think when I'm streaming I have anxiety on my background, and doing this helps me to deal with it. I don't know. Hamza, I don't like how Rust looks like, and why would I use it when I am using C++ and I want to improve this skill. Yeah. I don't use graphics UI desktop. I hate buttons, I hate icons, I hate all these things and backgrounds, everything like that. I guess that's one of the main reasons why I never tried Wayland, because I don't know why would I, since I have very, very simple environment. YAR, I tested it many times. I don't have an issue with a single thread implementation. If you want to see it, I can show it to you right now. It was with what I've started today's stream. I've made a code that will handle my switches in case of me being afraid that I lost something. I assume that the small scene is not necessary because it works in both ways, so I will just show you the animated one. So yeah, you can see it's working with this clone army. It's working on 20-ish FPS, and yeah, this is so without any artifacts or issues, so don't worry, classic setup works, at least on my PC, fine-ish, but I really want to have threads really much. No, it was not multi-threading. It was my initial single-threaded setup. It's not. Yeah. Sorry, I read it wrongly. Okay, I'm trying to think if I will code more. I will probably make small break, then I will see how I feel, and I will be back in 5-10 minutes. See you guys. Hi guys, I am back and we are going to do last session for today because I'm starting to understand what is wrong with my wonderful multi-threading attempt. Okay. I think that the issue is that I've disabled my checks for binding pipeline and no, I didn't. This is weird. Was it like this all the time? I am hallucinating. Let's see it in both ways. I think it will be bad in all scenarios, but we will need to try it. I didn't have validation errors, but I am segmentation fault. No, I am aborted. I'm aborted. Why? New allocator, deallocate. Uh-oh, I have no clue where it happened and why. I don't see it. Looks inconvenient. Looks inconvenient to solve. Such a weird issue. On a free, what it could be. Huh. And will it crash in different scene? I'm wondering. Because the scene with lots of animated models we keep as the important case scenario, important test case scenario. And when animated scene doesn't work, it is worrying indeed. Okay, so it was something weird, but now I can see that no issues and it works. So it was some weird aborted thing which I wasn't able to spot yet, but it doesn't mean that I won't in the future. Okay, this is nice. It means that it works this way. I'm wondering what I will do next. What I will do next. Indeed. But this is good. This is good. It is running pretty nicely. Same way as it was before. On 20 FPS as expected, because we actually didn't improve anything yet. Okay. Okay. Probably it means that we need to make the array array, and it will be a very tricky thing, because lots of very hard-coded code was made. And I will probably start with the generalizing things in a way that I will use one thread pull push call in the for loop. Yep. Not I, but something. Latch caretaker. My engine doesn't have such features because it is not intended to be. The idea of this project is that I am learning Vulkan and C++ and sharing how I am doing this here. So, yeah. So here I need to define this in the for loop, hopefully. Okay, so another thing is important, that object none is going to be first object size and second object size. Object size, and I need also to handle that here. Maybe to have it in array. Sizes. Oh wait. This is stupid. Mikita, thank you. I am very, very glad that you have such experience with this content, and good luck on your journey. Via, I'm not using AI to assist me at all. haven't tried any other code editors, like except of Visual Studio Code and this one. Man of culture, I enjoy my work that much that I'm doing it after my working hours. Just joking about that, I am using my Sunday to improve my skills and boost my knowledges by working on my Spear engine. And I guess that it's worth it. The money, the work, it is the best thing I ever did in my entire life, and I will never change it for anything. Mikita, I'm not actually configuring anything. I'm using NVChat plugin, which is already configured for me, and just using it. Yeah, I have a schedule that I'm streaming on Sundays at 4 p.m. Central Europe time. But sometimes it's not happening when I'm away or sick or whatever. And usually I'm notifying about upcoming streams in Discord or on this YouTube channel in the posts thing. So I'm writing posts in YouTube that I'm doing streams, so be prepared and stuff like that. So you can find the links for the social medias where you can check it all under this video, like on the description. Okay, so what I didn't handled. Probably it could work. Probably. I am pushing everything. I'm getting this, the necessary common buffer. I am beginning, and then okay, so maybe it will work. Thanks for joining this channel and for being here. Okay, I have again segmentation fault. Can be new code. Oh, really, Mikita, I don't need your donation. Your comment is already very appreciated, and I'm very surprised that it worked for you this way, and maybe for other people too. But it is very cool. So never give up. Isoshi, thank you so much, and have a great time. What can go wrong here? Danilo, hi. Glad you find your way here. It is already almost 10 in my place and almost no working code here. But question of time, I guess. Luda, it will be quite a task. In few months I managed lots of things. I've done outlines, I've done gbuffer implementation, or at least like attempts. I increased debug functionality, so in MGUI you can now see the render target with visualization. And I am currently working on multi-threading. At least I'm trying to understand how it works, and I was able to successfully handle pool of threads for update part of the engine when the objects got calculated with the corresponding matrices and stuff. And now I spent 2 streams on understanding how I can handle Vulkan in multiple threads. And yeah, so I am pretty much finalizing this part of work, because I already got some very good results, even though it needs to be polished, because I was writing very ugly code now, and I'm trying to make it a bit more nicer, even though I'm not sure if it's possible in this thing. But the most important question is whether it will be an improvement, because for now with the 2 threads I don't see any performance improvement. And yeah, so I need to see how it will be in the future. So thanks for joining this channel. Okay. Very weird attempt, because I think it won't work. Wait. I tried to handle it for Windows too, but I wasn't checking Windows for 3 months, I guess, so I am 100% sure it doesn't compile, but maybe I will handle it in the future. Okay, this is weird. I will handle it in the future and Windows will be supported back. COBOL, as far as I remember, I was also curious when I saw COBOL in my repository, and it was from OpenGL, the library I'm using for audio. And Python, I guess it's for CMake or something. I don't know, I'm not using Python. You know, Furious Draco, I can't answer you this question because it is very complicated now to judge when you see such results, right? As you now see on the screen. When you see such results, it's very hard to judge for what this engine can be suitable. Okay, but why it was so weird? No. Definitely good for something, but not for everything, right? Instance index. Who are you? Maybe we will find some answers in render doc. Okay, it is working fine for these guys. I hope you can see it. Instance index is good, is correct. Here. Uh-oh. Yeah, and I see the issue. Instance index is 0. Why? It's not correct. It's definitely not correct. It shouldn't be like that. Why it's zeroing? Thread ID is not giving me desired things. It's also not an issue because I will pass it as the argument and I will solve everything with this. Thread ID will be internal thing. Wait. Mathematic ПТУ, I will rate Tokyo's belief engine as the great project. Great project and definitely very cool engine. Danila, it's NVChat, NeoVim plugin. So basically, yes. Cannot convert. Yeah, I understand that. But why? What's wrong here? Oi, oi, oi. Oh, I see. Different lambda. I'm not good in C++ programming language. I have so many of issues and I don't know lots of things. But I can just like program and make a thought that you may think that I know it, but actually when it comes to some more advanced features I have no clue about them. Yeah, so different languages like C language, assembly just for fun and very little, even though it doesn't mean that I don't like it. I like it very... Fuck, it's still here. Still the issue. No! Why thread ID didn't help? No. Okay, then another attempt. Okay, now it should work. Gabor, thank you for being here. Have a great night. Cicero, I think I'm working on it around a year and a half, but it is always like rewriting and stuff. Like for now, I constantly, each 6 months, I am rewriting it, so I'm wondering when I will rewrite it again. Okay, switched modes. Still broken. Now even more than it was before. This is weird. Probably too tired to see the issue. I will give last attempts and then I'm going to sleep. Okay, so now it's definitely not starting from 0, but it is very weird now. It's 6. Yeah. How is it possible? How is it possible that the life is so hard? Because probably I can't use it as the second object size thing. But for case I can put it there. I think now it will work. And then so much of work will be needed to be done. Gladly, I have a holiday tomorrow, which means that I will be able to refactor it a bit more. And it's still super weird. Super weird. Why one object? I don't get it. Dagdis, hi, I know that it is Eastern and at the beginning of stream I wished to everyone who is celebrating it Happy Easter. So Yeah. But I'm not celebrating, I'm only writing code. Okay, it's 3. And this is 1 is 0. Yeah, and for some reason, it is just accidentally getting the correct index which it is doing, and that's why we see correctly the model. This is set. Oh, yeah. Anyway, I was just debugging in RenderDoc. Okay. Think why it's not working. Why other works and this one doesn't. Where thread ID is used. Maybe this is the issue. It's used for common buffer. It should be fine. At least I tested it. Oh, yeah. I am. Sometimes I'm very tired, and it is definitely not good. But now it will be fine. Yeah, no issues. Ah, fuck. Okay, something is still broken. No. I thought that the moment when the big lag is gone is good, but apparently it isn't. Yep. Mikita, it is Alacrity terminal. I modified it a bit, the colors in the config. Even in a moment, when right now I saw that finally it was fixed, and I'm happily finally able to go to have some sleep. Haha. Haha. Generalized multi-threaded Vulkan code works, and this means that it wasn't wasting of time, and I can still change textures, and this is very awesome. Pause. Amazing. This is really a good conclusion for today's session, and hopefully tomorrow I will find opportunity to work on this a bit more, but without streaming. And I'm just now trying to load the animated model scene because it is the most trickiest one. Hopefully. Yay! It's worked! And if it will give me good results, I will of course let you know. And both ways, even if it will give bad results, I will still tell about this. Cool. This is very awesome. I really like that you can change them and stuff. My army. And since I am computing for them the textures separately, I will probably... No, I can't. They all support only one animation, so won't be fun. Anyway, I think it was good on your side, today's session. From my perspective, it was absolutely awesome. And even if my fans now are dying, it is a question of time, a question of more threaded added. But this is already a good thing. And I can load back the first scene and see that everything works as expected. Okay, then thank you again, and have a great week and have a great holidays. So yeah, I am saying goodbye. I'm just super happy. Yeah, so bye all. See you probably next week. We will see. Yes, the computer is going wild on this scene with the 140 models because probably lots of things it needs to process. And I'm trying to spread the work in the threads. Who knows if it will help? For a moment I had a feeling that it won't. So yeah, we will see. And have you all please have a great time and happy holidays.